I wander to places beyond imaginings. Far from the jungles of my youth. My knowledge has grown vast. The people, they think me banished. Shunned to the end of my days. They say I defy the spirits. But I say no. I follow them. The spirits show me alone that the sky fire is where the end begins. They say this must not be. I live to serve the spirits. So I go. There is none but me to answer the call. The air is heavy with death. The fallen star is near. The spirit...
Captain, we can't open the gates until we drive them back. They keep coming.
I grow in power.
Never seen anyone fight like that before. Guards, open the gates. You'll find Leah at the Slaughtered Calf Inn.
Burn those corpses before they rise again. Zakharum has fallen to disgrace. What fate can save?
You are Leah.
I did. But it blasted my uncle. I came back here.
Watch out! The wounded are turning!
This is killing business.
We've been under siege for 6 days now. The dead will owe... Thank you.
16 militiamen went out. Only Rumford came back.
How can I help to...
I admire your courage, but Captain...
There's second.
Well, I have...
They're attacking the barricades!
That's one of the wretched mothers. There are more of them in the ruins down the road.
I, Deckard Cain, have spent many years traveling and writing about the strange creatures in our world, but the sight of the wretched mothers still haunts me. They are the remnants of Queen Asilla's slaughtered handmaidens who were twisted by foul magic. Now they feast upon cadavers and regurgitate them as newly formed, risen dead.
The mothers sleep once more. Old Tristram, Diablo's evil lingers everywhere here.
Thank you for your help.
Nor should she. Come, let
We'll need to open... Here, let me open the gate. Adria was my mother, but I don't know much about her. She died when I was very young. I was raised by Uncle Decker.
Do you know your father?
I'm told he was a great warrior who was lost when Tristram fell to the demons. Look! A hidden cellar!
This is a place of power. Your mother hid her secrets here.
People said she was a witch, but I never believed them. Here's the key, and my mother.
I will
Thank you.
Aiden came to me last night. I suspected what was lurking within his troubled heart. I consoled him as best I could. Regardless, wherever he's headed, hell will surely follow in his wake. The shadows close in on Tristram once again. But like Aiden, I'll be gone before they fall.
This is Tristram Cathedral. The fallen star lies within. Here is where the fire fell from the sky. Strange music comes from below.
My name is Lachdanan, and I'm cursed. Once the captain of King Leoric's army, I lived only to honor my land and my king. No man has a greater love for his king than I had for mine, even as I drove my blade through his dark and corrupted heart.
The grotesques may
Please kill me. I don't want to change.
Time for a challenge. A perfect strike. The way opens before me.
Foul minions, stay back! Back! May this wedge hold. Skeleton King?
The power of the fallen star awakened me, and soon all will suffer as I have suffered. Gods, bring me his bones!
Because you needed my help.
It is wonderful to hear that Leah is well. I feared the worst. I learned of this secret passage through old maps I found. We must discuss the fallen star.
I have kept my word to Leah and rescued her Uncle Cain. I pulled him from the clutches of the Skeleton King, who still holds the fallen star.
Uncle, you're alive.
Thanks to you,
I seek your
the
wisdom.
prophecy of
Please, Uncle.
the Skeleton King, he lost both of
Leoric should be in the
the
unformed.
key to defeating him. Leia, you should not dismiss this sign.
Leah spent all night alongside the blacksmith's wife, tending the wounded.
Did you hear? Old Rumford has us down to half rations.
Blacksmith, Deckard Cain's.
Not now.
It must be.
Thank you. Follow me. My friends, I'm sorry.
They suffer, Blacksmith. Aid us.
Mira, my love, forgive me.
Hedrick! Help me!
I couldn't have done this.
I need your
I can help you. Found his tomb in a cemetery in the Weeping Hollow. And if you see my fool apprentice out there, tell him to get back to town.
Look, I'm happy to sell to you, but you got to promise not to tell anyone where you got these goods from, okay?
Scavengers are ugly, pathetic creatures who survive off of carrion and corpses, too diseased to attract any other carnivores. I did once meet a raggedy fellow who claimed that he had trained one of the beasts to bring him large rats to eat. But I'm sure the story is utter nonsense.
During the last days of King Leoric's reign, even the skeletons of the ancient dead could not rest. They took up their broken armor and weapons once more, ready to cut down anything that yet drew breath. Though wasted and fragile, these creatures possess a twisted cleverness that makes them quite formidable. Demons have been known to devour their own young when no other nourishment is available. Their offspring, the imps, sometimes manage to flee and band together with other demon spawn. They rove in vicious packs, ready to descend upon the unwary traveler and rip his body to shreds with their tiny needle-sharp teeth.
Spirits are bound within this trap. I spring it gladly. More
as these tortured spirits are free. I'm nearly done. The spirits grant me blessings. More time. My curse upon you! My spirit grows vast. The spirits aid me! Your evil undoes you! The crown is not here. I will seek it in another crypt. Need more time. Time for a challenge.
Tragedies in these lands have left many restless spirits in their wake, and they demand retribution. These spirits will take out their vengeance on any unsuspecting individual who may pass, for they believe that the blood of the living will yet restore the lives that were ripped away from them.
Not ready. The bones beneath this tomb scream of madness and betrayal. The crown is near.
Unburied are formed from human corpses that were flung into mass graves without a proper burial. This hideous amalgamation of bodies decomposes together into one being, bound by some foul magic. For all my knowledge,
no, I will not allow you to bring that monster Leoric back to this world.
I need to go back.
You found the crown. Truth be told, I didn't. It's good to work again. There. New as the day it was placed upon the Black King's head. I need something more than making spades.
The crown is the skeleton. Need more time. Challenge. Not ready. My power grows vast. My curse upon you! I cannot. My strike is true.
Maintain your incantations. He will soon...
Your magic is weakening. I am free! Now, back to my mission.
Who are...
You will know. Tell me, what brought you to this infernal place?
I go to face the Skeleton King.
As do I. Cultists dragged me past this glowing pit. What made it? Down this way. There are my... He's free! I am Cormac, warrior of the Templar Order. If it is the Skeleton King you seek, then you will have to fight your way past John Dar. There is no reason we should hunt alone.
No, there is not.
Black magic bars our way. But the will of a Templar is stronger. You were a Templar, John Dar. How could you succumb to this coven?
The Coven is my brotherhood now, Cormac. The power... Please forgive me. My vision was clouded by the Coven's evil magic.
Betrayal can never be forgiven. Thank you for your aid. I will go if we find...
Agreed.
Then onwards we go to fight. Let us seek honor together, my friend.
You die! Need more time. Your evil undoes you. A perfect strike.
Good choice. That will serve me well. I would have chosen the same.
This. The spirits grant me blessings. Not yet enough. The truth burns. Evil undoes you. I strike at your heart.
Keep your distance from him. This burden is mine.
You dare to bring the warmth of life into my tomb? You will never defeat me!
You were defeated the moment you surrendered to madness.
Ah, here is the crater. So you are the fire that fell?
I am.
Do you remember?
I am. The dark.
I will take you. For all the mysteries yet to be solved, I now learn that the fallen star is a man. He remembers little of himself. I will bring him to Deckard Cain. Perhaps then he will have some answers. This man...
No man could...
A warrior.
Your men. Tell me everything.
Falling.
It is, of course.
I will bring back...
I've got some. I worked my hands to the bone to bring you these fine goods.
What was once one shall become four.
If there's a sword here, we will find it.
I was able to trace some carrion bats back to one of their nests. What I found shocked me. The nest itself is a living organism, a mature bat that has been mutated by the darkest of magics. I no longer doubt that demonic forces have corrupted these creatures.
Perfect.
Some time ago, I revealed that the Khazra, or Goatmen, were originally humans until the Vizieri corrupted them. For many years, these creatures were simple and lethargic. These days have ended. Khazra attacks are widely reported, and the number of fatalities is higher than anything in my records.
There, a worthy foe. Fine choice.
The large, sluggish beasts can thrive in any grassland or forest, provided there's enough water. Farmers will recognize these brutes as the savage cousins of the common pack beast, a tame breed that was likely domesticated nearly 2,000 years ago. One can hardly imagine the trouble that effort must have taken. I have heard the most ridiculous tales about travelers being ambushed by vicious trees. It is too much. Despite their names, the wood wraiths are not plants, but fully mobile beasts who have taken on the guise of foliage to ensnare their prey. Only a simpleton could be fooled by such a trick.
My curse upon you! I grow in power. A brave soul lives here. I see magic I have seen before coming from this cave. What I see.
A dark coven has formed in Tristram, and I fear that their superstitious violence may damn the whole region. I discovered very little during my eavesdropping, except that the word Magda was repeated.
Kill her!
We must hurry with the ritual. Magda will be here soon.
There's lights surrounds the swordless.
Who are you to take the...
I will regardless.
To hell with... Very well. Let the games begin. Well fought, but you will never possess the next piece. It has fallen where only the ancients may tread.
She is more devious than she appears.
This sword was
Uncle Deckard.
Very good, Lee.
I have
Magda's word.
That makes me think.
Exactly.
The Nephilim were ancient. You and I aren't so different. I have great power within me too. The only difference is, I have no control over mine.
That sounds troubling.
It's only happened a few times in my life, and only when I was in grave danger. Something rises up from deep within me and, well, I can't really explain it.
You there! Please help! They're going to kill my friend! Thieves are going...
What do they want?
She's just a farmer's daughter, Sasha, but she has a relic that the thieves are after.
He's deserted you. Just give it over.
I'll never tell you.
Release them.
You fine.
This is just like target practice.
You won't get away from us this time.
This isn't over. The rest of the Thieves Guild will find you.
Here's the relic, my
You wish to come with me?
Yes, yes! You look like you know a lot about markets. Now, lead the way! Wait! This relic is a fake! Gods, I should have known! You seem like you could use a helping hand, and I sure as hell don't want to stay around here.
Please tell me that you're not considering this criminal's proposal.
And you're betrothed?
Betrothed? Do I look like the marrying kind to you? By the way, my name is Lyndon.
What the tomes say of Alaric and this temple is not encouraging. You must be Alaric.
Are you?
No.
Follow me. Seek two tombs in the woods beyond. The warrior's rest and the crypt of the ancients. Within them reside the keys to our secret.
A pall of ancient doom hangs upon these woods.
Ghouls are stronger than most risen dead, but they gain their fortitude through horrific means, feasting upon human corpses. These creatures are least dangerous while eating, but do not disturb them, or it shall be your limbs between their teeth.
Uncle Deckard called these flying creatures death with wings.
spirits grant me blessing.
I like to think the world is safer now.
Alaric says that our people can survive the coming battle, but I saw the truth in his eyes. Why did he order me to guard the beacon of honor? Those shambling things are slaughtering my people in the forest above, and there's nothing I can do to stop it.
My strike is true.
This is amazing. It reminds me of being a child and searching for lost artifacts with Uncle Deckard.
Your evil undoes you.
Our opponents may be strong, but I will not stand down.
Open. Enter and defeat the guardians within.
None may enter the inner sanctum. Rise, my brothers. Rise and do battle.
I do not have enough mana.
Your strength rises.
The spirit speaks the truth. This was a good place. I can feel it.
The noble lad. And who is this? No matter. Your mother will soon share your fate, little one. The shard is mine. Fill this temple with their blood!
What did she mean my mother will share my fate? Could my mother be alive after all these years?
Her words are lies and madness. Do not listen.
And what is the power within you that she spoke of?
This fight was too easy. She's toying with us. We must get back to Uncle Deckard right away.
Stone has been changed. Our children are born weak and suffer short lives. The demon Nereza promised to restore their power, but instead turn them into misshapen...
Magda,
I remember...
That must be...
I have some new items that I'm certain you will love.
I was thinking... Don't hurt yourself.
I need to go.
I will take you.
They're destroying the town. Get out while you can.
To those who defy them.
Down.
Please! My family's hiding in the chapel with the rest of the townsfolk. We must get to them.
Don't run off! You'll get yourself killed!
Fools! You cannot keep the sword from me!
This is bad.
My servants will burn this town to ashes!
something coming.
You say?
We
found it.
Come.
I'm going back to Tristram to check on Uncle Deckard.
It is not here.
While you were on your hero's errand here.
I should have known. I must get back to Kane's house.
It's your choice, Kane. Either use your heraldric arts to repair the sword, or your dear Leah dies a horrible death.
All this pain, this destruction. What is the sword to you?
To me, nothing. To my master, Belial, everything. Your rage is overwhelming, girl. You win this round, but if the sword cannot be mine, I'll claim the one it's bound to. In the end, the blade shall be mine.
Uncle, you can't die.
Nothing can stop that now. But there is one last thing I must do. The sword must be made whole. Just as I suspected, the sword is of the high heavens. The stranger is an angel. Heed the journal. The truth lies within.
Uncle Deckard! If only I could control Magda.
It does
when
not.
my power.
I will survive her traps. The spirits tell me so.
Ah, good. Just the thing. This is a matter of honor now. We must not hesitate.
Spiderlings alone may seem unthreatening, but their presence should be a warning for travelers. For wherever there are spiderlings, there will be matriarchs, and the fully grown arachnids are extremely protective of their young. The spiderlings themselves...
My queens.
The ubiquitous spider is one of the oldest and most adaptable creatures in the world. It also seems to have acquired an unfortunate susceptibility to magic. When exposed, the arachnids will increase dramatically in size and even cast spells. Due to this hazard, I recommend staying out of dark places whenever possible.
spider will soon feast on his prey.
Don't disturb the eggs.
This will aid me.
Your evil undoes you!
I used to be one of them. Ordinary, untouched, until her voice came to me. Then I knew how I must serve. I must kill the one who threatens my mistress and the dark power that created her. I have been chosen.
Chancellor Eamon, it is of the utmost importance that we secure my manor from the traitorous rabble in Tristram. The caves to the east are too close to my land. They must be blocked, completely obstructed. I believe the Archbishop Lazarus has magically bound some arachnids of late. They may serve us well.
Evil lurks in many places. Demons, beasts, even the hearts of men.
My mistress has accepted me. Come close and feel her loving embrace.
This land is not kind to madmen.
Please, help me. It's horrible. She sucks the innards from her victims. Oh, no. No, it's too late. I hear her. The Spider Queen is coming.
Spider Queen?
To dissolve these waves. Please hurry. I can't hang here like this a moment longer. I'll go mad.
Rumor holds that Archbishop Ladd...
Thank you. Thank you. Can we please leave this horrible place? It was terrible.
I seek a
I'm not proud and fight.
These lands once belonged to the crown.
The wither moth is a curious phenomenon. It is tremendously large for an insect, and somehow its size allows it to expel a charging force when attacked. For this reason, few have survived to study it in great detail, including many notable academics. In fact, please do not inquire further upon this subject. Long ago, 5 clans of the Umbaru tribe left Utaganze and ventured north. After their transformation into Khazra, only a few elders were still able to use magic, and they passed it down to their cleverest children. These are the Khazra Shaman, and they rank among the most dangerous of their race.
Your death comes! The spirits smile upon me.
To me, you beasts!
spirits howl. What is this?
Haunted manor. Of course they betray. That was a worthy foe. Glorious.
The bestial hellions are demons that can be summoned from the burning hells with the aid of foul sorcery. They are given to chasing down their foes and attacking them with savage fangs. This usually allows some spare time for their masters to craft their dark spell work and finish off the victim.
The cultists were performing a strange ritual when I saw them today. One of their number stood soundlessly, while others thrust long spikes deep into his spine. He did not perish. And I believe that he...
She's unstoppable! No mortal could slaughter our brethren with such ease!
She is healed. You prophesy sickness. I will purge you.
Delay her while I prepare her demise in the depths below.
I seek its rest.
There's no disguises here.
You're dead!
These creatures won't go down easily.
I've just arrived in Tristram, and I must say, I'm a bit dismayed. This place is a backwater filled with serfs and an ancient broken-down monastery. Hardly fit for the King of Condorus. I cannot fathom why Lazarus was so intent on this becoming our new seat of power.
Villain does you! I am a servant. Now
Freedom, after so long. Freedom! Thank the gods.
What? Who dares?
Freedom. At long last. Freedom. Freedom. After so long. Freedom! Gods! Thank the gods!
Thank you, champion. My servants are now free, but the curse over this place remains.
Am I alone here? Must I do this myself? So be it. Face me, and repent your crime.
What skill should I master?
Your death comes.
If only this dark place had been destroyed along with its ruler.
Leah must be back in Tristram, crying over the old man's corpse. She'll soon have another one to cry over. Yours. Meet the butcher.
Fresh meat. Vegetable bad, meat good.
The truth about the Butcher Demon was more startling than I ever anticipated. Evidently, there are many of them within the burning hells, though they used to be solely under Diablo's command. The Butchers are stitched together from the parts of other demons to combine their strengths, then given life through wicked magic.
Take your sword.
My sword. I remember now. I was an archangel. I was. You have restored my mind, friend. Belial.
Belial and his...
We must move.
Good thought.
I've got some brand new goods you might be interested in. Time grows short, my...
How will we
won't have...
I'm not going...
As you...
I have called...
My friend, shall we depart to Chaldea?
It was all just stories. My uncle saw what he wanted to see.
Deckard sacrificed much to protect this world. But his work is not over.
What would you know about sacrifice?
Tyrael, the ancient law of the high heaven strictly forbids us from interfering with the mortal world. Yet you have done so, brazenly.
All I am guilty of, Imperius, is bringing justice, while you hide, cowering behind your throne.
Silence! You will now answer for your transgressions.
judge me. I am justice itself. We were meant for more than this. To protect the innocent. But if our precious laws bind you all to inaction, then I will no longer stand as your brother.
You chose to be one of us.
Sacrilege. Thus, I fell willingly. Because humanity is the only hope for this world.
I never believed all your crazy tales. The work you never finished. I will finish it, Uncle. I will carry on for you.
Tristram is safe. I go now to Chaldeum, the great city of the East. It has fallen before one of the last lords of Hell, Belial. I will set this city free.
What skill should I master?
New goods today. I may look small, but I'll hurt you if you try to steal from me.
Here we are.
He wouldn't now.
Our paths meet.
God, where did these refugees...
I am not a god.
Then we share...
She's heading toward us.
Have you heard? Emperor Hakan will live entire court.
Tyrael and I learned that while the...
I suspect.
As a child,
Be careful. Alcarnus sounds like Magda's trap.
This gate leads to Alcarnus. You will need to follow the long road over the canyon bridge and through the Kasim outpost. We haven't heard anything from the Iron Wolves in the desert. If you make it to the Kasim
Magda will
outpost...
pay for her wickedness.
Take heed, traveler.
They may
then you must... There are illusions out there. Mirages to some. But I can see them for what they are. The Coven's foul magic. They will lead you to your death.
I appreciate your concern, but these cultists are known.
I would rather not discuss the sand wasp. These overgrown insects wouldn't be notable whatsoever if not for their exceptionally poisonous stings, which, alas, killed my young apprentice. I thought he would be more...
Be careful. They are very...
The Lacuni, or panther men as they are sometimes called, have inhabited the desert.
You should never have heard demons were based on your bones.
I've missed killing these cultists. Come on then!
How did you know?
I am an
Thank you.
Well,
Captain, from behind!
Protect the people! Iron Wolves! If not for you,
Is the road
more than...
let us head north to the Howling Plateau. The cultist magic seems to be emanating from there. There's another illusion here. The cultists try to hide their footsteps. Their spells are weak and easily countered. If we follow, I will seek out any other traces of...
It seems that the Fallen are indeed creatures of demonic origin. The old Heraldric tale claims they were once powerful servants of the mythical Asmodan. They purportedly aided him in his battle against the prime evils, and Diablo later punished them by twisting them into the small, stupid forms they now possess. The Dune Thresher is an elusive being with a tremendous...
Look! More hidden footprints.
The ritual is disrupted!
There should be another ritual at a cell. There!
I owe you my life. Bless you.
What skill should I master?
The truth burns. I overflow with blessings.
Look! More hidden footprints.
The ritual is disrupted! Kill them!
There. That ought to dispel...
I'd lost all.
Thank goodness.
Akarat bless you.
Tell me, what shall you do when Magda is dead?
Belial and Asmodan, lords of hell, plan to destroy us all. I shall destroy them first.
How curious. You must be the one I was meant to find here. think it is time for you to know my true tale. I am not from Caltrain.
Much of the... Now to find the Qasim outpost. You die! Your evil undoes you.
It is with some reluctance that I write on the 7 lords of hell, for they are the greatest of the demons, and even whispering their names seems to poison the air around me. They are divided into the lesser evils.
Captain of the Guard, you are hereby ordered to send a band of your...
You must open...
You must. Here you are, delivered.
Where is it?
No! Strike her down!
Your master is the Lord of Lies. You matter not to him.
These serpentine demons are Belial's favored servants, and he has granted them...
Not a moment too soon. They plan to sacrifice us to Belial. Iron Wolves, take back the town!
Has Magda reached?
Yes.
Then you must... I can hear the spirits moving. Arcanus cannot be far. The truth burns you.
Here.
Do not fear. I will free you.
Rescues have never come.
These poor souls.
them rescued.
Run. Do not look back. The light grows stronger within. That was a worthy foe. Glorious.
I will send your spirit to the unformed land. There your victims eagerly await your arrival.
It matters not. While you hunted me, Belial's Imperial Guard captured your little witch Leah. Soon, her power shall be his.
The Coven will trouble these lands no.
When I joined the Coven, it was weak and idle. The leaders were content to do nothing, while the prime evils were imprisoned. I convinced another witch to help me poison them, and together we took control. She left.
As the life drained from Magda's broken form, she swore that her master, the demon lord Belial, would rule our world. I will not let this come to pass. Before she brigade,
Then they must. The only chance we have.
Ashira of the Iron.
I heard you came here from Tristram. My family came from there. That place has had some very bad luck, hasn't it?
I have never seen anyone like that witch doctor. Demis, is that you?
Captain Ravan, the conditions out here are deplorable. Something must be done to aid these people.
Ashira, the Emperor...
I heard what you... Captain
Very well. Let them...
Why does the Emperor kill myself?
Let's go. I'll lead you to the...
You are bold to have sought this audience with me. My guards tell me you were responsible for the massacre of innocent villagers in Alcarnus.
No, that is not truth. Alcarnus fell by the hand of Magda, servant of Belial.
If you are innocent, then why do you have spies skulking through my sewers? Bring her in!
Let me go!
I detest violence. Gods, I leave this matter in your hands.
discover your escape.
Thank you. Now we need to get to the sewers. I'll explain why when we get there. These demons are blocking our way. We must destroy their summoning construct. There has to be a way into the sewers from here. This leads to the sewers. I found my mother, Adria. She's do not work. So Magda was telling the truth.
The Accursed were created when a necrotic plague spread through Kyrgyzstan centuries ago. The infected watched in terror as their flesh blackened and died. The strongest medicines could not stop the decay. Eventually, they fell into a dormant state, and their bodies were piled up in dark and forgotten places where they could rest undisturbed.
The deserts of Kyrgyzstan are majestic, expansive, and full of stinging swarms of insects. They may seem a minor nuisance, but these vermin carry numerous strains of pestilence. One of them was trapped in my boot once, and my foot swelled up to the size of a melon before the infection cleared. What horrible creatures! Though the champions are larger and the lunatics more devastating, it is the shaman priests who lead the fallen. These shrunken, unintimidating demons can easily kill an enemy with their firebolts, but it is their ability to resurrect their imp allies that...
Adria should be up here.
Tell us about the Black Soul Stone! We know of the three that the Horadrim used to trap the Primeval. What is the purpose of this one?
Your master Belial has good reason to fear it.
Leave her alone!
Seize them!
Leah, my daughter.
You know who I am?
My darling.
We are still. I am returning to town.
I'm surprised
Then it's according to...
The
guards were
within.
asking.
No.
Yes.
We must retreat.
I do not like this.
Murderer. Torturer.
We rescued Leah's mother, the witch Adria. She spoke of a black soul stone, an artifact that could be used to banish all evil from this world. I will find it and bring it back to her.
Hey lady, I got some new things. You should take a look. It's disgusting. I've seen that woman
It's
going...
quite a maze down here, isn't it?
Listen to me. I cannot talk for long. Belial's
Emperor
gone.
Hakan.
Forgive me, we must be headed to the oasis. I can open this gate for you.
doubt the desert has swallowed its share of ancient texts over the ages.
There are many things that time has forgotten.
Perhaps we will be lucky enough to uncover some of those things.
I strike!
It is easy to focus on the dangerous foes one may encounter on the ground. But the Bloodhawks rule the skies with terrible ferocity. These crimson-winged birds will wait until their prey is at a disadvantage, then swoop down to attack. Watch for their shadows on the nearby terrain, and be prepared to flee quickly. To those who doubt my achievements in research, I present my findings on the Dune Dervish. It took me many years to find the truth of these strange, deadly figures. But my sources indicate that they are the cursed remains of mages who...
We are in agreement. Kul, the renegade, must be stopped. He seeks to duplicate the power of the storms and wields it for his own ends. He is obsessed with the powers of heaven and hell. Drawing their attention will only bring doom to us all.
Not all dangerous demons are large and imposing. The dust imps are little more than children in size, but they possess the cunning and bloodlust of far larger creatures. They take cover in the shadows, emerging only when viable prey wanders too close. Then they ambush, leaving little more than bones behind them.
Spirits aid me! The truth burns!
Always wanted to fight some of these.
My strike is true!
Set out with one wing's eye into the desolate sands to search for Kul's hidden archives. None of us have any idea what to expect. How far has Kul's madness driven him? How much power has he accumulated in his mad quest? I can only hope we are not too late.
It is time.
I live again.
Zoltan, I am.
The spirits grant me blessings.
Leo!
I will give
You butchered everything.
I'm going to go with you. We should bring Kul's head with us. Maybe he'll have something useful to say. I'll put him in your bag.
This is madness. You must know.
You're an interesting one, aren't you? I wonder if your friends know what you truly are.
I do not understand your riddles. What is it you mean?
Oh, all will be revealed in time.
You will not enter the aqueducts! Lord Belial demands your blood!
This cannot be opened yet.
Open this gate for you.
Emperor Hakan?
No time for pleasantries. I think I may have uncovered Bilal, but here's what you there too, leave it.
The spirits are unsettled in this place. They warn me of coming danger.
It's Belial. So long as he lives, all of Khalid is under siege.
Does he command all of these demons to serve him?
Uncle Deckard theorized.
The Chaldean aqueducts were created by order of the Trade Consortium Council after the Dalgar Oasis was discovered 3 centuries ago. Though Chaldeum had been prosperous for many years, a reliable source of water allowed the city to grow even further. Luxurious public fountains were built to provide safe drinking water for everyone.
Rust from armored boots. Well chosen.
The electric eels are insidious pests that have taken root in the oases surrounding Chaldeum. Known for their stinging strikes, these creatures are particularly dangerous when they attack in large numbers. It is said that raw eel has become a delicacy among Chaldeum's elite, but I assure you these rumors are baseless.
My strike is true. Your evil undoes you.
That's one lever down.
The light still guides us, even in the darkest of places.
In the eastern kingdom of Pakistan, I've heard rumors of Zakarum warriors called Crusaders. While the natives were more reticent, I was able to deduce that this order was founded 200 years ago, just as Rakis took his army of paladins west. But these Crusaders went east on a very different mission.
The philosopher Caddis said, if you want to know the truth of a city, you need look no further than the state of its infrastructure. passage should lead to the desolate sands.
A secret door.
I can't believe he stuck me in a barrel. Really, it's quite uncomfortable in here. Are you dead? Are you still alive out there? Or is it the monster?
Thank you for helping. Oh, how rude of me. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Covetous Shen.
That is an odd name.
I can't imagine why my young partner bashed me over the head and sealed me in there. This place is quite dangerous without a knowledgeable guide.
Oh, this is no place for you. Are you not afraid to die?
Why should I fear something I've never done? It could be interesting. What a fascinating place this is. Oh, look at all this wonderful architecture. You could walk all the way around the world and never find its like. Except for this part. I've seen this somewhere else before.
The crucible! It's mine!
Be careful, Gavin. The crucible should be safe now. Pick it up. Poor. If you come see me, may I come?
That would be useful.
Oh, the way I am starving. Do you think we'll find any good food down here?
I do not think you will find anything that will make a satisfactory meal.
Such pessimism from one so young. Hoping for the best never disappoints.
You go on ahead. I'm going back to town.
You and I are the same. But those others, the fallen angel, the witch, they're using you for their own ends. You choose to be their puppet. Yet the power of your birthright could make you a god.
I feel no such temptation, Zoltan Kul. Look where your desires have gotten you.
There's no need to be snide. Soon enough, I'll walk this. Some of my blood is within that cave.
We are well on our way. At this rate,
I believe with this soul stone, I will finally be able to unlock the true power of man. In ancient times, our kind possessed power unmatched in this dreary age. With the soul stone, I will be able to elevate myself to the strength of my ancestors.
Perfect strike.
unimaginable. A glorious development.
The rockworm may very well be the ugliest creature ever to blight the world with its presence. Bereft of any features aside from its massive jaws, the rockworm appears to be a giant invertebrate. I should like to study it further, but its burrowing tendencies make it extraordinarily difficult to track.
A perfect strike.
Why is it that you and Lyndon argue all of the time?
Our motivations are complete contradictions of one another. I am driven by honor and the good of others. He is driven by... What further trials await us?
My curse upon you! You die! My curse upon you! My curse upon you!
Soulstone will be my greatest work, my legacy, and my gift to humanity. There will be wars to come between man and the creatures of heaven and hell. The power housed within my stone is the very thing needed to set mankind free from demons and angels forever.
The truth burns! You die!
We, the Zakaria, have endeavored to make Chaldean a city of mercy and salvation, but we have not yet been able to convince the emperors to change the ancient policy of exile. Prisoners convicted of treason are still sent to the desolate sands to die with nothing but the clothes on their backs.
A perfect strike.
During the Mage Clan Wars, the Viserai summoned giant demons to guard their estates. After years of patrolling the desert sands, the demons' hides became thick as stone and caked with grit. In the end, they have outlived their masters. Now, only the glowing runes on their skulls belie their true origins.
The truth burns!
Don't like the look of that.
Your evil undoes you. My curse upon you! Your evil undoes you!
In here, I can feel.
It's hard to believe the Herodrum came to a place like this.
My curse upon you! overburdened.
The Enchantress is quite intriguing. Wouldn't you agree?
If you have feelings for her, you should let her know.
What? No, you misunderstand me. That's not what I meant.
The spirits aid me! My power grows vast. Perfect strike.
We found Kuhl's archives. They were strangely empty at first, but Kuhl laid traps everywhere, each step harder than the next. It was foolish to expect otherwise. Kuhl has prepared for many years for someone to come for him. Perhaps we are fools, and yet we must push on.
A good choice.
Finally, I have unlocked the secret of the Soul Stones once given to the Horadrim by Tyrael. An impressive creation.
Belial, Lord of Lies, is the most elusive of the 7 evils and is a master of deceit. It is said that he manipulated Asmodee.
My archives are at the northern tip of the desolate sands. There we will find my body and the Black Soul Stone.
Liar! We both know you will betray us the first chance you get.
I am many things, Templar, but I am no liar. With all the secrets I have learned over the centuries, the truth is far more entertaining. For example, would you like to hear of the true origin of your order?
There is nothing you have to say that would interest me.
Here is the entrance to my archives. Let me activate the portal. I had to build all of this for my research. The Black Soulstone.
I don't like the look of this place.
Looks like I got here just in time.
And the Lord of Lies will fall as soon as we recover the Black Soul.
Well, beyond these portals lie two relics.
I will stay here.
Angels are no better than demons. Did you know that they once voted on whether or not to eliminate all of mankind? Only one vote saved us from extinction.
I sense the hand of Tyrael in this.
Yes, whatever else he may be, he is the aspect of justice. And there is no justice in murder.
Won't go down easily.
Your evil undoes you. Undoes you.
Could we find more like that?
I could have helped all men become Nephilim and ushered in a golden age. But my Herodic brothers could not accept man's true destiny. these events.
I know you, Cool. Even when you speak truly, the truth is hidden.
Try as we might, Cool simply cannot be killed. His cursed blood sustains him. He bleeds sand and his laughter mocks us. There is only one course of action left to us. We will separate his body and his head, and hide the body within the Shadow Realm.
Chaldeum seems a treacherous city. Could it all be the result of the demons we pursue?
The power of corruption weighs heavily on their hearts.
We will free them from this heinous fate. This must be the Shadow Portal. Let us be done with this.
Are you surprised? Few people take betrayal lightly.
They were never very imaginative.
Your death comes!
Our just reward!
chattering is ceaseless. He takes joy in taunt.
I have returned. Let me be.
You are surrounded by deceit, young one. I am the least of your concerns. Concentrate, Leah. Soon now. Just a bit longer. Just a moment. Almost. Yes. My blood thunders within me. Sweated air fills my ravaged lungs. I am alive again.
You're welcome. You are whole again, Zoltan Kuhl. Now give us the Soul Stone.
Very well. The bargain stands. Quickly, to my sanctum. Life's work. All will tremble at my power. What is this? How has this happened? The souls of the dead lords of hell have been absorbed into the stone. Abandon your quest, Nephilim. Your allies seek only to control you. With the power I offer, you and I could rule over all creation.
You are mad, fool. Give me this stone or I will destroy you.
Triggered.
I can't carry
Seems my
anymore.
brothers have finally come looking for me. Damn them. I am not ready. Too much of my power is invested in the stone's creation. I must finish it. The future of man.
Five lords of hell now reside within this stone. Adria, you must tell us the whole truth of this matter.
20 years ago, during the darkening of Tristram, Cain told me of Zoltan Kuhl's profane soul stone.
That's why you left me. You went to mark the demon's souls so that they could be drawn into Kuhl's vessel.
Yes, my daughter. I have sacrificed everything for this.
I cannot carry more. I need to go back. What will we do?
Then
We've got to reach the Emperor.
Are you certain?
We have no...
So before we...
Leah is right. Let us go.
Belial has started his attack on the city. Let's go. Ashira is already at the sewers.
Hurry! We'll keep you safe!
Belial knows
When the fire
we will
the
save.
Iron Wolf.
I saw people hiding under the carts. Bring them to the sewers.
I never believed it would end like this.
I can't die like
Watch out! Keep the people away from those fireballs!
You have brought this wrath down upon us.
What is happening?
Over here!
Now to the gates. We have no time to lose.
Let's go.
Now, Leah, use your...
Stand back.
You dare stand in our way?
This is just like target practice.
For the servants of Belial.
That sorceress!
The spirits smile upon me.
Again, daughter!
I feel so weak. I don't know if I can.
You must! Now! It is up to you now. Hurry! I must stay here and tend to leave.
Praise the gods, you've arrived just in time. Show me the Soul Stone.
It shall be your prison for all eternity, Belial. You will see more of it than you want to.
Clever. But know this, Nephilim. Asmodan knows of the stone and the power it contains. Even if you defeat me, he will exterminate you and every last one of your misbegotten kind.
I will not be undone! This world is mine! I cast off the angels. Behold, the true vision of the Lord of Hell!
Quickly, Leah. Seal Belial's soul within the stone. It is ironic that one as twisted as Zoltan Kuhl played so great a role in our salvation.
Kuhl
was once a tireless enemy of hell. From his life, let us learn. The longer we fight evil, the more it can corrupt our hearts.
Just the thing. This will help.
I am returning to town.
Today,
there is
the
no...
Lord
and
of...
we're defeated. You are learning.
I can be ready to leave at a moment's notice.
None of this makes any sense to me. What am I missing, Uncle? What am I supposed to see?
Ravaging this world and all hope of resistance. My minions will find the stone. Wherever you choose to hide it. Then, at long last, Osmodan shall reign as the prime evil.
Leah, are you all right? Speak to me, child.
Ariad.
Belial is no more, and Chaldeum can thrive once again. I now hunt Asmodan. Leah has seen visions of his armies marching from Ariat Crater. Only the ancient fortress of Bastion's Keep bars their way. But without me, it will fall.
The Keep's defenses cannot hold. Should the light the signal fires and show these soldiers that we are not yet defeated. Salvation has arrived. Go. You are needed below.
Tyrael will not fail these people. I know it.
The black soulstone's getting hotter, straining against me. They're whispering to me from inside.
The demons within seek escape. Only...
Someone's got to light those signal fires.
You heard the angel's command. Let the call sound forth. Bastion's Keep shall not fall.
Demon troopers form the meat of the armies of hell.
We saw the signal fire. We must light the rest, but the demons swarm around them. Get back inside the keep! No! I have to help hold the walls. There! A worthy foe! I like to think the world is safer now.
Created the demonic Hellflyers after he nearly lost to Tyrael in battle thousands of years ago. The angels made glorious use of their great luminescent wings.
We're all going to die.
The demonic Hellbearer was a fiction, a nightmare from the troubled minds of my ancestors. Just imagine, a demon taller than a castle tower who can retch up endless minions from the depths of the hells. Surely our people are doomed if such an abomination exists.
I hear you're the best there is. It's an honor to fight by your side.
Fight with everything you've got!
the hell? We've seen it. It is grim out here, but we've seen worse.
Thank the head of belief. Oh, what now?
More of the brutes from below, Captain. What do we do?
Private, if you need to be told which end of the sword goes where, you haven't been paying attention. Fight to your last breath, lads! Moving again! Hold steady, lads! Reinforcements are on their way! Demons! Get ready, men! Victory!
They're coming back. Ready yourselves. Our opponents may be strong, but I will not stand down. It's hopeless. You must be the...
Excellent. Let's protect the recruits while they raise the catapult.
Catapult is raised! We'll have them on the run in no time!
The colossal Golgor is merely a colossal myth. In folklore, they are sons of an infamous demon who
Scout for the soldier! Chance of victory.
Defeat would cost us everything. Victory is the only option.
Thanks to your help, the soul.
Make yourself... My mistake. I thought you came over here to help lift this catapult. I didn't realize you were here for the bloody scenery. Captain Ho, I'd watch my temper. Do me a favour, and don't mention that I shouted at you a little, alright?
I need to go back.
You tinkered with your Paltron state.
Asmodan's demons have if it is not
Then they breathe.
I bring word from the King of Westmarch. The demons are in the keep! They're coming up from the depths! To arms! To arms!
We can't all be warriors. Someone needs to sell the equipment. I would ask if you're all right.
Soul Rippers are the bane of the living, creatures born of the endless malice churning within hell. Agile and swift, the Rippers cover ground quickly by latching onto prey with their enormous tongues, and then leaping on top of their victims. From this point, the Ripper cannot be deterred. It has begun to feast.
My power grows vast. perfect strike. A perfect strike.
Prepare for a long fight!
My curse upon you!
Evil is closing in around this keep. We must protect the innocent.
One usually hears demonic tremors before seeing them. These behemoths move slowly and heavily, pounding the earth with their massive fists. Many a siege has been broken by the tremors' battering strikes, and many more enemies of the demons have been felled by their wrath. I pray that our world will never see them again.
An incredible feat!
My strike is true. The truth burns. Your evil undoes you. My curse upon you. Flow with blessings. A perfect strike.
colder here than it is outside.
The truth burns.
That was invigorating.
I have been fortunate enough to learn much of the barbarians' complicated history in my time. Yet the origins of these large, mighty warriors
A mighty adversary is before us.
My strike is true.
not alone in here.
The one who killed Lord Belial. I will savor, tearing the flesh from your bones.
Is the largest of Asmodan's sin lieutenants, and he possesses no less than 4 mouths. Though his voracious appetite is certainly his greatest weapon, his bile...
Empty victory over a useless tool.
Terrifying noises were coming from the army.
I've dug up some valuable loot. There are just too many demons out there. Could you do something about that?
I am losing control!
The Soul Stone seems stable now.
The demons were...
Yes, but
Then I will...
can you feel the keep shuddering? Asmodan's.
I will...
At last!
I have secured Bastion's keep. Now I must go to join the battle in the fields below, where Asmodan's war machines wait.
She took down Belial.
It feels good to be on the back.
Thank the gods.
We couldn't hold on. There were just too many of them. Men are losing hope. The demons' numbers endless. They come at all times, day or night. The number of casualties we inflict slows their advance. We need reinforcements. We need help.
Though I have searched every corner of the great library of Chaldea, I can find no references to the true fate of the Blood Clan Khazra. Some crumbling papers hint that they made a pact to serve the mythical lesser evils. But surely such a thing cannot be considered proper scholarship. Can it?
Long ago, the heralds of pestilence were lesser demons who rebelled against Asmodan. The Lord of Sin vanquished them easily, but instead of slaying them, he granted each one a long arm, infested with a poison that could kill anything but Asmodan himself. The heralds have been plague-riddled menaces ever since.
My studies indicate that a high-level cleric of the Zakarum named Akan began to sense the corruption that was eating away at the heart of his faith. He knew this corruption would eventually destroy his beloved church, and that he must take action. After much prayer, Akan hit upon the idea of an order of crusaders.
The look of that.
Perfect strike. Of the keep, and your siege weapons now lie in ruins. I come for you, Asmodan.
I could no longer brave. Forward, friend. Now we shall drive Asmodan's army.
It has been a long...
The battle is ours.
strong, but I will not stand down.
Eldruin will destroy the demonic seal protecting this gate. You cannot stand before Eldruin.
Dead.
The Siege Breaker is a monster of legends, of nightmares, and films.
I'll come with urgent. Then we will. The Demon Gate is no more, though Asmodan has brought hell itself through it. Now, I must destroy these sin hearts, so that his armies will falter. Then, only Asmodan will remain.
You've killed one of my playthings. Now...
I can't believe she slaughtered one of those Seedbreaker things. It took Captain Hale.
Maiden of Lust, I have need of your humble services. Drag yourself out.
Azan gathered the most devout, driven, and martial Zakarum ahead. He taught them to channel the power of light in the same way that the newly founded paladins were taught. But these recruits, these crusaders, were given insight into the primal powers of Zakarum in a way no paladin ever was.
Evil undoes you.
Evil has been rebuked.
We'll rip these brutes to shreds.
The ground is yielding like flesh.
Truth burns.
The tormented stingers may resemble giant scorpions, but in truth, they are molded from the bodies of human sacrifices. The demons twist their victims into the stingers' distinctive forms by slicing open their chests and viciously mutilating their legs. Maddened by pain, these creatures can poison their prey with a single strike.
Once met a raving drunk who claimed he had wrestled with a succubus, a demonic creature that possesses the form and face of a beautiful woman. He said she cursed him and tore out the heart of his friend before he made a narrow escape.
These poor things live in eternal torment. Oh, you've met my victims, I see. Are you enjoying my company? You're an extraordinary one. All the pain and suffering you're enduring must be dying to you. feast on their agony, their eternal anguish. You are so eager. I suppose I shall introduce myself. I am Sabea, maiden of light, consort of ashes. How invigorating. Play with my daughters. I do not wish to tire you out.
Your screams of anger.
I can feel the blood hemorrhaging from the sin heart. Oh, you will pay for this. So close now. So close.
Stronger within you. Prepare for a long fight!
Spirits aid me.
You think you know anguish? Soon my concubine will show you their true meaning.
I do hope you're not in over your head.
Hold your tongue.
Hear their screams. Such sweet music. Oh, the things I'm going to do to you.
Only my own flesh and blood. Come, the Maiden of Lust lurks below. Zidea, the Maiden of Lust. Never forget what she will do.
Oh, yes. I've been looking forward to this.
I thought...
Though Asmodan is close to all of his lieutenants, Sidea is his special favorite. The Maiden of Lust is both beautiful and grotesque in appearance, with the torso of a woman and the legs of a spider. Her voice is said to be as smooth as honey, but she only speaks words of death.
Asmodan will not escape us. I will use this. Excellent. We have fought our way to the depths of the crater. Asmodan cannot be far. I don't like the look of that.
The truth burns.
A well-deserved death.
The truth burns.
Nephilim fool, when the soul stone is embedded in my flesh, the seven shall be as one within me. I will be the sum of all hells, the prime evil.
We've done it! Quickly now, Leah! Trap Asmodan's essence within the Soul Stone!
It's done!
I never dared dream. All evil lies trapped within that stone. Once it is destroyed, the eternal conflict will finally end.
Destroying the stone is no simple matter. There are rituals to consider. We must return to the keep and make our final preparations.
I need to go back.
An incredible victory.
Where are Adrian?
They are all in the army.
I've dug up some valuable new things. You really should take a look.
Good. A fine choice.
Adria, when did you decide to betray us?
20 years ago, a great and terrible power drew me to Tristram. But Aiden, Leoric's eldest son, defeated that power and sought to contain it within his own flesh.
The Dark Wanderer.
It was Diablo I saw within him, and I pledged myself to his service. Now, at last, his grand design comes to fruition. Dear Leah, Deckard always suspected your true father was Diablo himself. And now, my daughter, you shall serve as his vessel.
I live. But I am more than I once was. The 7 evils are now one within me. I am the prime evil. Well done, faithful Adria. Go now, until I call upon you again. Now, at last, to my true goal, the one that has always eluded me. The utter destruction of the high heavens. Even in the heart of heaven, angels can still feel fear.
My old enemy. You cannot hide from me, no matter what form you choose to wear. Let your true self be revealed. Diablo.
Adria has betrayed us, and Leah's soul now lives in Imwiru Ikura. From her body, Diablo has been reborn as the prime evil, with all the powers of hell within him. The high heavens themselves tremble with his steps, and the angels can do nothing. Now, hope lies with me. Only I can stop him.
This devastation defies all reason.
Imperius, you cannot mean to face Diablo again. Your wounds are barely healed.
The heavens burn. This is your fault, Tyrael. And you, Nephilim, look below and see what your kind has wrought.
The Diamond Gates. Long, but you don't.
Gaze upon the destruction I have wrought. It will be the last thing you see. Iskatu, destroy the Nephilim. I do not fear you, Nephilim. You'll find only death in this eternal realm.
The ancient texts describe the terror demons as unconquerable foes, the dreams of Diablo made flesh. They appear in shadow.
I am ethereal.
Then I will fight.
Keep your guard up. There are foes at every turn.
I have seen many warriors in my day, but only a scant few of them could face the might of an oppressor. This monster towers over the tallest barbarians and wields weapons crafted from hell-forged steel. They were last seen with Baal during his resurgence, and left legions of dead men in their wake.
The Bile Crawlers are commonly spoken of among the peasantry in Kandura, most often invoked to stare unruly children into their beds. Fables hold that the Crawlers are the half-formed demon spawn who hatched before their time. They resemble nothing more than a bloody, ravening mess, and possess a voracious appetite for human flesh.
Though the subjugators have always been powerful demons,
Think yourself free from the chains of fate, Nephilim, but all will kneel before Lord Diablo.
in the beginning, Rakanoth served Andariel, the Maiden of Anguish, with Ifit.
Thank you.
You are bound
With
by Diablo nearly brought ruin to the heavens as despair bled into the angels' hearts. But now I have restored hope and rallied them. Tyrion is still lost in the devastation. Now alone I must go to destroy Diablo's hell portals.
Strongest to the northeast, as I remember.
Look upon these gardens. Now they see.
The Angelus Council is comprised of the 5 archangels who hold dominion over the high heavens. They determine the laws by which all angels must abide. Each of them embodies a pure aspect of creation. Valor. Justice. Hope.
You think to destroy the Rift Oculus? My fiends.
Well done, Nephilim. Diablo's vile minions can no longer...
That is not the only Hell Rift.
I don't like the look of that.
I strike at your heart.
A worthy opponent.
No one has seen an armored destroyer since Diablo was exiled from the burning hell centuries ago. Before then, they were the bulk of his army, and they crawled, thick as locusts over the face of their master's realm. Should the Lord of Terror ever return, I fear they would be his heralds.
Spirits, aid me!
Morley were once men, great warriors of old, but each of them had darkness within his soul, and Mephisto, the Lord of Hatred, used this flaw to trick them into his service. Mephisto's fury slowly burned away their mortal forms, leaving them fiery apparitions who know no pain, fear, or doubt.
My curse upon you! Truth burns you.
How dare you reach the sanctity of heaven!
You die!
There has been much debate among the Horodrim regarding the shadow vermin. Some scholars believe that these wraith-like foes are formed from concentrated demonic energy, while others believe they are the souls of humans, corrupted by Diablo. They glide through the darkness as easily as water, ready to smother their unwed prey.
My strike is true.
There's no shortage of foes up here. Diablo works quickly.
We will be ready for them.
never wanted to see this demon squalor again.
You think to destroy the rift after us? My things.
The Hell Rifts are closed. You have far exceeded my expectations, Nephilim. But there is not a moment to waste. Quickly, you must make your way to the Silver Spire.
The Hell Rifts are closed, but it is of no matter. Soon there will be nothing left of these high heavens. All creation will be the realm of terror.
I need to go back.
She's back. Can you believe it?
There are just too many demons out there. Could you do something about that? You really should take a look.
High heavens really are lost without hope. How can one being hold such influence over so many?
This world is much different than ours, Cormac. Tyrael.
Yes, but we must...
Your kind does not belong here. If I see you again, you will die.
Hey, him no mind. This is your fight with him.
Diablo seeks to corrupt the crystal arch that stands atop this silver spire. If I let this come to pass, the heavens are lost. Tyrael and I must reach the arch and stop the Lord of Terror before it is too late.
The darkness grows around us.
How does it feel, knowing you helped me become the prime evil?
Diablo is climbing the...
How could you convince my own husband to kill me? I could have been saved, but you made him cut me down.
No! That is...
Warriors of the heavens.
I knew Inarius long ago, when he was still among the angels. But he grew weary of battling the demons after a time, and he began to secretly conspire with demons in order to forge a peace. The demoness Lilith became his greatest ally in the Hells, and many other demons and angels joined his cause.
There is something different.
Seems we've both fallen from grace, Tyrael. Come, embrace your former lieutenant.
Captured by the enemy after it applies the swords upon the faithful. These gods surrender to demonic corruption, and
It is not far now. I only...
Foul silence.
The enslaved nightmares stand as testament that there will never be peace between men and demons. Sorcerers who attempt to master the dark arts and summon demons with their black spells are all damned to become skeletal nightmares, bound to the very power they tried to bend to their will.
I'll be telling stories about that for a while.
I see you did not heed my warning. Or perhaps you think yourself strong enough to face me.
I do not wish to fight you, but if I must, I will.
Imperius, stop this madness. Diablo is the enemy here, not the Nephilim.
Tyrael, I will deal with you soon enough. I will... What's this? No! Diablo has reached the arch!
No. Diablo has begun extinguishing the Crystal Arch. That's why the angels have fallen. If its light should go out forever, we must defeat Diablo before that happens.
Then it is up to us. Without your wings, you can still fight.
Diablo's vile corruption bars our path. Stand back. Eldruin's light shall clear the way. The gate has been opened, Nephilim.
I could not...
It was an honor.
I've been trapped! You best go on.
The seven evils are one within me. I am Legion. Enough! Let us see how you fare in my realm of terror. Only by defeating us can you return to your own realm. But none have ever crawled from the depths of their own terror. You cannot defeat your own terror.
Need more mana.
No! This wretched light must be eradicated! All that you have known, all that you have ever loved, shall die along with you, Nephilim!
The day is...
I feel...
In the end, it was a mortal heart that saved 2 worlds from ruin and cast down the prime evil forever. day breaks for both angels and men. For mankind's greatest champion, the Nephilim, rose to confront the darkness that we, in our pride, would not face. My brethren, I will take my place among you once again. But this time, as a mortal. Since justice has been met this day, I will now stand as wisdom. On behalf of those who risked all to save us. Forevermore, we shall stand together, angels and men, in the light of this glorious new dawn. Diablo was defeated. For a time it seemed we would know peace. But it was not to be. For Diablo's essence lingers in the Black Soul Stone. I cannot destroy the stone, nor allow its evil to remain within the heavens. And so it must be hidden, even from the angels. I pray that it will be enough. You have done well, Horadrim. Your service here is finished. And you should all run. Malthael. Brother, why?
The spirits whisper of twisted angels who have come to Westmarch, murdering all who reside in the city's walls. I will find the truth of why they have come. But first, I will strike these Reapers down, so the dead may find peace in the unformed land.
Tyrael sent me to find you. Malthael has taken the Black Soulstone. You must come with me.
People are dying in the city. I have to help them.
But you and Tyrael need to form a plan. We must...
Tell Tyrael.
It will be done. I swear it.
I have a very bad feeling about this.
We're going to die! She's coming to kill us all!
The gates! I must find a path.
Malthael's fallen angels have brought death, raising an army of Reapers from the city's slain defenders. Once, these men and women were our protectors. Now, they are our executioners, scouring the city for every living soul and putting it to the sword. I watched in horror as the guard was struck by the maiden's magic. I heard the sound of his screams until his flesh had dissolved to nothing, and only his armor-clad skeleton remained, his jaw unhinged.
Stop!
I just want to get rid of this, to be honest.
It's the end of the war.
Send
General.
away.
That is why.
Keep moving. I think we lost her. No, no!
With demon blood must die.
I see no demons here, only innocent people.
The Revenant Shield Guards were once the personal guard of King Justinian IV. Appointed to the position for bravery and skill at arms, they accompanied the king at all times, resplendent in their ornate armor, wrought by the finest craftsmen in Westmarch. But most spectacular were their shields, which they unerringly...
Defend the church! Repel these vile Reapers!
Ah, we found you.
Tyrael, why?
Because he and with the
We are the...
The church! All the refugees are inside! Follow me! Akrat's Bane! This is worse than I feared.
What could this be?
A death meat! Stop her!
Your soul.
We must do everything in our power to slow the Nephilim down, so that the collection...
There must
I know
is
there may...
you must. Do you know?
She was created.
A single
So.
not.
Why would the angels do this to us? Done.
After years of my pleading, the Angiris Council has finally agreed to send me in search of Malthael. I will not fail in this, as my master's presence is sorely needed in the high heavens. Owing to Malthael's growing fascination with the humans, Tyrael has suggested I begin my search on Sanctuary.
After Malthael's disappearance, the Angiris Council appointed his most loyal servant, Urzael, to find him and bring him back to the high heavens. Urzael, accompanied by the sect of maidens who were Malthael's closest followers, set out to find their absent master. They never returned.
Treasure!
All know the reputation of the exorcists of Westmarch. Those spiritual warriors specialized in removing demonic possession. By custom, they arrive in darkness, clad in cloaks as black as the night that conjured them. They work in secret, extracting the demons that dwell within their subjects. Now, Malthael has turned them, and they roam the city in their inhuman forms, stripping the souls from all they encounter.
Strike is true.
Is before us. They should have run when they had the chance.
A perfect strike.
I did not find Malthael on Sanctuary, but I did find humans. Far too many of them. They murder and cheat one another.
That death maiden's controlling the soul crucible.
There is no place for her in our world.
Call the darkness down.
Thank you. I knew you would arrive in time to save me.
But how?
I have risen. Malthael, he's watching you.
I grew disgusted by humanity during my time on Sanctuary. When at last...
It would be wise for you to wait in the Survivor's Enclave. You are not safe here.
The Seraph was on me before I knew it. The mass of its bloated flesh soundless as it floated above the ground. When I finally noticed it, I could not move. It was as though I was trapped in a waking nightmare. I looked down and saw tendrils of energy wrapped around my feet and realized it was not fear that held me, but the Seraph's magic.
I encountered the most troublesome bats in the caves outside Westmarch. My companions and I had sheltered them with the intent of organizing my many records, when the miserable creatures appeared and tore several of the scrolls to pieces. Truly, the world shall be a poorer place for this lost wisdom.
I strike at your heart. I see you have much guilt over Leah's fate.
How is it you know Leah?
I see the past as well as the future. You must not let it consume you.
Opens before me.
Your death comes. You shouldn't be so dour. You have much to be joyful about.
This is not the time.
I have learned that in terrible situations it is better to laugh than to cry. Perhaps when you have lost as much as I, you will understand.
When I ask the spirits if this death and destruction will end, they are silent. What do your visions say?
Of course it will end, and you will live a long and happy life.
Why would the spirits keep such knowledge from me?
Because I was not being entirely truthful. That, and you're so... I must say, it is wonderful to finally meet. You are such the artist when it comes to dispatching Death's minions. Don't mind me. I'll just be waiting over here.
What made that? Who
Urzil.
I see. I am returning to town.
Everything you require, right here.
If we are...
Urzil has done this to finish collecting the souls of Westmarch.
The time for his death has come.
All I
General.
Tale's influence taints man and beast alike. Even the dogs of Westmarch, once tame and gentle, have been transformed into wild, savage creatures. They hunt in packs in the streets, tearing apart their prey with ravenous hunger. Many of the oldest noble houses in Westmarch kept massive hunting dogs on their grounds. Though docile enough to run, they have become terrors in the hands of the Regents. Now these beasts lead the packs of smaller dogs as they chase down the citizens of Westmarch. I don't even want to record what they do to the corpses.
We'll rip these brutes to shreds.
Your death comes.
My city. It will never recover, will it?
Do not doubt the strength of your people, Cormac.
My master has begun his work on the stone. Nothing that you do matters. Soon, demons like you will be gone forever.
Enough. The spirits call for your death, and I will.
The demon spawn shall...
The spirit. I am returning to town.
Happy to help.
You have... That strange woman you brought here believes she can help. She insisted on speaking with you immediately.
Chelsea.
What is
That
it,
is
Adrian?
You're not going anywhere without
Why?
someone has...
Come with me. Urzael and his Reapers are dead. Westmarch is safe, and its people can finally begin to rebuild. Lorath and I now go to find Adria in the Blood Marsh. She knows the way to find Malthael, and after she tells me, I will end her life.
We hid the Black Soul Stone in the deepest part of the Nephilim ruins near here.
I consider myself an expert on all matters concerning boggits. The boggit itself is a small, odd creature given to foraging and burrowing. Under normal circumstances, it fears humans, but it can be incited to great violence when under the influence of magical objects. Rings in particular seem to excite them.
This is the entrance to the tomb.
Adria.
It looks like... What was that?
The tusked Boggan is a ferocious, hulking beast with an exceedingly bad temper. Aided by packs of boggits, it will fight anything that crosses its path. Invariably, some of the boggits will die, but the survivors are rewarded with...
There is no escape, Adria.
Remember to get the information we need before you...
Of course.
Well, that's not very reassuring. This is one of the guide stones. Nothing happens when I am...
The Boggan Trapper's snares are surprisingly effective, though I have no idea.
There are 4 entrances to the Nephilim city, each one etched with a sigil. Only the correct one marks the true entrance to the...
I had believed my new assistant was the noisiest creature in the world, but that was before I discovered...
The first time I saw a witch, she burned. Father took me to the town square to see it. Look, he said, that is the face of evil. But she looked like any other woman, and burned like anything else. New flames engulfed her. Her eyes found mine, and she laughed.
So,
I do not know if this is the right passage.
Searching for the maggot brood has been quite an adventure. I first observed the corpse of one near the road to Westmarch, where it raised such a stench that my new assistant vomited twice on my favorite traveling cloak. The stains came out eventually, but I was sorely vexed.
I need to find another guide stone to learn the correct sigil.
That was was a worthy foe. Glorious!
This sigil marks the correct passage. This is the passage I have been searching for.
I have always wondered how much Adria relied on Diablo's power instead of her own. Based on her blood golems, her magic is very strong. These flesh gorges are raised from earth, stone, and demon blood, and they are driven to feast on humans so they may resemble us more closely. Let's hope they don't succeed.
I had half a mind to explore the ancient ruins outside Westmarch, and then I realized they were crawling with dreadful skeletons. Of course, these creatures were frightening, but they make my research much too time-consuming, and I am widely known for my efficiency. Am
The phantasms are unlike any spirits I have seen on Sanctuary. They bear a resemblance to lesser demons, but the souls of demons are always reborn in the heavens. I suspect the phantasms may be the remnants of some early Nephilim, those born more demon than angel.
Why do you suppose the Nephilim desire secrecy so much?
You die! My strike is true. Laura, you come with me no further. When I am done, you can join me.
You're going to kill
I have uncovered an obscure ancient tome in whose pages is recorded an impossible tale. The secret history of a race called the Nephilim, gods by another name, and their ruined civilization in the West. If this is true, how could all signs of these Nephilim be lost, but for the record of this single tome?
Your death comes! Your evil undoes you.
Nephilim were not gods, but our own ancestors, gifted with long life, magic, and abilities far beyond ours. Yet they were still men. I wonder if these pages hold the key to unlock their powers once again.
The truth burns!
Adria birthed these golems from the blood marsh. Their bodies were formed from the water and earth of the marsh itself. while the venom of the marsh creatures gave them life. Their very skin seems to burst with the poison of this land.
And a demon as parents.
Strike is true. You die! My curse upon you!
Our opponents may be strong, but I will not stand down.
Let's see where you've been hiding, Malthael.
Adria.
The angels will never suffer us to live. They cannot accept the fact that we may choose our own path. At least demons are not so rigid in their beliefs.
Diablo will return.
Before she died.
She was certain.
I need to go back.
Good thought.
Time for a potion?
Malthael.
No doubt. The only... What is this?
Destroy the gate! The Nephilim is here!
Dares to attack us. Malthael is my brother, but my brother Hanson.
Malthael tried to destroy the way to Pandemonium. He knows that I am coming for him. I will cross the broken land over which angel and demon have fought wars beyond counting, to the Pandemonium fortress, where the angel of death waits, hiding behind its walls.
There is a siege camp not far from here.
Savages were up.
We do not have the luxury of time.
Is a vast, chaotic realm, and many demons remain respected throughout it. In particular, the war-starved Marauders were unwilling to return to the Hells, and they have taken control of the remaining angelic outposts in the country. They may not be the most powerful of their kind, but
Must I do everything for you? That is a siege room. Bring with you. Do you see the battering ram? But it is useless without the siege rooms that power it. You have one in your possession, but there are two more. You will find them on the battlefield below, imprisoned along with the demons that carried them. Once you have the runes, go to the ram. But know this, Nephilim. Even if you release Malthael from his madness, I will not thank you for it.
I do not need your thanks.
I suspect that the barred lurker is part demon, for its appearance has an aspect far too sinister to occur naturally. It expels a noxious poison worthy of the hells, and from what I can tell, it will only feed on its own kind or the corpses of demons. One hopes it will never encounter a human.
My curse upon you!
Not all of the hazards of Pandemonium lie above ground. The tunnelers roam just beneath the surface, breaking through to snatch prey in their enormous jaws. And my heroic friends ask why I wish to stay inside the fortress.
Spirits aid me!
Some madman.
Your death comes. You die. The truth burns.
That was a worthy foe. Glorious.
My curse upon you. My strike is true.
These enemies defy all reason.
The spirits smile upon me. Your death comes.
Brown water, buried. And it roams the outskirts of Pandemonium, a lumbering giant with a gaping hollow at its core. Somehow, it can hide its body away, disguising itself as a mere image. Those who pass through it are trapped in a distant world, never to be seen again.
Perfect strike.
but I must finish collecting these siege runes first. No.
Assassins were once the sages of wisdom. In return for their vow of eternal silence, they were free to roam Malthael's pools of wisdom in the high heavens. Over the millennia, they learned nearly everything about the past, the present, and even part of what would come. But could they have foreseen their dark fates? That I do not know.
Destroy those hooks! We can't move until they're gone! One strike left.
The gates are broken.
Pandemonium Fortress. When I fought Mount, you're with power, but you must fight.
The spirits welcome you.
Never. Ancestors, I call on you for aid.
Though Mount,
but
are you not? But go deeper.
Nephilim. The Black Soulstone journeys through the portal to Sanctuary. Even now it spreads death across your world. And so ends the eternal conflict.
I could do that again! Maybe so.
Before Malthael turned, his sages of wisdom occasionally reached an exceptional level of knowledge that granted them the title of Exile. These esteemed followers would guard the Chalice of Wisdom when Malthael was away, and they were the last to leave after their master disappeared from the high heavens.
We must make...
These monsters were once the most notorious and reviled criminals in Westwood, drawn up from the deepest, darkest cells of the city's prisons. Each was worse than the last. Heartless murderers who butchered countless men, women, and children. In death, Malthael birthed them in forms that matched their twisted, callous souls, creating perfect instruments of slaughter. The executioners have earned their name. The Annas were among Malthael's most trusted advisors. In his fall to darkness, he kept them deep. Gone were their radiant wings and calm, balanced counsel. Now they possess only malice and cruelty, and the insatiable desire to destroy all living things.
They call me a hero. I slew demons beyond count. I won battles and broke sieges, but it availed me nothing. I know that this war can have no victor, only an eternity of revenge, pride, and hatred. Tyrion does not understand. He cannot see beyond the glory of battle. In time he may, but that day is not yet here. Angels and demons who feel enslaved by our fate. I cannot be unique in all of creation. I will find those disillusioned with the war and lead them.
Given me your power?
From beyond you now, and it falls.
This will aid me.
can't carry anymore.
Where is the Black Soulstone?
Malthael destroyed it and consumed Diablo's soul.
Then Malthael's death will have released Diablo. He is free. The Nephilim had done the impossible. By conquering death, she had redeemed the angels and saved all mankind. In that moment, with victory at hand, I saw the Nephilim in a new light. She is a hero who can defeat the champions of heaven and hell, and a witch doctor who protects the innocent. But within her beats a mortal heart that will one day be tempted to corruption. On that day, will she have the strength to resist? Or will she be our doom?